Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome back to more Space Engineers. My God, today is Tuesday, isn't it? I think it's Tuesday. I believe it's Tuesday. If not, I think it's Tuesday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday. Anyway, hope you guys had a good day. I actually streamed a little bit later than I had intended. Did some work at the end of the day and ended up laying down and taking what was supposed to be a short nap. And dog jumped up in bed with me and curled up with me, and man, I know waking up like freaking 6:45 or something. It was horrible. It's Friday. Oh my God. All right. Well, I'm gonna try and finish the Cletus Star tonight. I did a little bit of work on it this morning, not a ton, but I'm gonna try and finish it to the point where it's mobile and we can use it. And then as we're moving around on it, we'll keep adding to it and adjusting things. Oh man. Happy unbirthday unless it's your birthday. Yeah. Happy non-birthday. Happy unbirthday. An unbirthday would be the day you die, right? Wouldn't an unbirthday be your death day? Happy death day. Ugh. All right. What's the status of everything? Okay, everything's charged back up. I got the second industrial hydrogen tank filled and turned off the tap. So that's 3 million liters of hydrogen. We're working on the fuel tanks now, the ones that we will pull production from. I went out today and mined up more iron and a load of ice. So we're back to having a good chunk of iron, which we'll burn through tonight. The day you become one of the unborn. Vito's, oh my God. Satchel, what kind of freaking movies have you been watching, man? Supposed to be watching, you know, The Christmas Story and Grinch and stuff, and so every time I stream on YouTube, maybe you guys have an idea, but like when I start the stream, there's always 3 or 4 people who join the stream, viewers that join the stream. So that the view count goes up by like 3 or 4 for about the first 2 minutes, and then they disappear. And I used to think, okay, it's people who jump in to see what this is and then immediately leave. And I'm like, that's really weird because you can't really get a vibe on how the stream is going to go after only watching for a couple of minutes. But then somebody told me that they think it's bot traffic. So why would bots join a channel for a couple minutes and then leave? So it's just weird. Just random thought of the day. Anyway, what did we get done to the Cletus Star? We started working on the upper deck. So we put a ceiling on engineering. So that's what engineering looks like. I still got to finish the ceiling. Like I said, I got called out to go to work before we got anything really good done. And then up top, I started framing the whole thing. I started to make just at a good spot right there above the O2 generator. buffering. Yeah, I see it a little bit. It's coming and going. It's around 7:30. It's been 4 or 5 days since this happened. Good old Spectrum. Yeah, it's gonna buffer for a few minutes, guys. If you've been here, that freaking Spectrum does this. So I'm just gonna keep rolling along. Hopefully it gets caught up. If the stream dies, I'll restart it in a few minutes. This normally happens for about 5 minutes and it clears up. All right, so I'm gonna get some metal plates and yeah, it's coming and going, Satchel. Just do me a favor. Just if the stream dies, like if YouTube ends the stream and I don't know it, just shoot me a couple messages on Discord so I realize it. Because I don't want to do what I did before and freaking stream for 15 minutes talking and realize there's no one there. Talking to myself, no. I was OBS still had the view count up and said there were still people watching and the stream had been dead for it was pissed me off galore, man. All right, so we had put this entrance in today. This is the last thing I got done. And I was wondering if I should put an entrance on both sides. I don't know if I should. Probably not going to. Being 200 to that exits. See, that's going to be the upper. I am shooting for. Oh, it's not going to end up looking like the Cylon. This is going to be. What? This is going to be the second level, like that. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it. Should I make the second level the roof of this, or should I make the second level this column here and have what that looks like this above the dome? So Satchel says put this level. You're saying to put it above the windows.
Energy low.
All right.
Inventory full.
No, I appreciate the opinion and the feedback, man. I'm going to do it that way. I spoke up, so you win.
Inventory full.
I got to get rid of some of these plates. Yeah, that's a good point, Watcher. If we put it above it, it'd be like protecting it. All right. I just got to modify these corners.
Inventory full.
I had taken the triangular corners out earlier. But no, I understand what you guys are saying now.
Energy critical.
And the buffering looks like it's clearing up. So it only lasts a few minutes, so I'm convinced Spectrum does something at this time of day. Tommy Reed, how are you, buddy? All right, so we restored the corners there. Now we got to figure out. I'm trying to just outline where the blocks are. Yeah, I've got some ideas on guns, and it starts with the letter E and it ends in weir. I think I'm gonna put guns everywhere. Around the windows above it, but the more I look at it, I'm like, no, because it's going to be the whole freaking floor. Went out and farmed up 177,000 iron this morning. We used some of it already here tonight. Should have seen me in that miner. You know how every time I load it up, I'm like, oh, this is the biggest load I've ever had this thing. It was like 866,000 kilograms. That poor thing was struggling to get back to base. And at one point, I looked at my first ship. I mean, I built this thing. We never did anything with it. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, you know what? I might as well just scrap that and use all that over here. So then I sit here for about 30 seconds contemplating whether or not I was just going to take a grinder to it before stream. I didn't have you guys, whoever. This is just basically engines and power right now, and engines aren't even done. We still need the up and down engines, well, and solar panels. But this thing was supposed to be for us to venture out and do things with it, and it didn't turn out. Benefit from a grinder pit. Park ships in and just let them get grinded apart. I don't know. I don't know if I go through that many ships. What I really need to find me is one of those guys like in Rust who are so desperate to be part of a clan that they'll be like, I'll farm for you. I need to find one in Space Engineers. Some complete noob to Space Engineers, you know, noobier than me. Be like, okay, I'm gonna put you on this asteroid with a box. A couple of O2 bottles. I just need you to mine for me. I'll be back every hour to refill your O2. A gun? No, you don't need a gun. You just take this drill. That's all you need. You're going to be inside of an asteroid mining resources. You'll be perfectly fine. Here's 2 packages of food, an O2 canister, and an upgraded drill. Don't call me unless something bad happens or the cargo box is full. Speaking of O2 bottles, we need to refill ours. Hey, Rock, how are you, man? That's the role you play as the miner? This galaxy. Watcher said he just got a notification that I was live. Did the stream actually get bumped? It could be a late notification, but it could also be that with the... No, the stream still looks like it's up. YouTube held on to it. So yeah, they're just late sending out the notice. I think they do that to the smaller channels that they really don't care about. It looks like whatever happens with the internet, it's coming out of when it does this a couple of times a week. It's just about over. Because I'm watching the meter, and instead of it doing this like it does when it's having the issue, it's leveling out. Water says grinder pits aren't bad. Personally, don't use one on the server I play on. Mayhem Industries, they have lots of survival options. One kid, architects. Well, see, the way we split up the workload here with, you know, amongst the members of my faction is I do the base architecture. I manage the base. I manage and fetch all the components, and I do all the mining. That's how the workload gets split up here. Oof.
Energy low.
I was out here welding the other stuff together and doing the windows earlier when I put that floor on. There was an NPC just past 2.5k away. He was, you know, neutral faction, so he was white, and it was a military ship. And it kept broadcasting messages that it was an autonomous military vessel to stay back. And he just kept zooming back and forth across me. So every minute he'd spam me with this message to stay away. And I'm like, dude, stay away. All right, well, we're playing catch up with the plates. We got to keep waiting for it to make more plates. Connect MoBS, and it reconnect. Typically when OBS gives me the disconnect. So far it shows it's still, they're done with whatever the hell they're doing. Almost sounds like he was trying to goad you into paying him a visit. I think that's what it was, K-Rock. It was the, they were trying to antagonize me into attacking. But I had just spent the night before, what, 7 hours last night working on this? And it was a missile frigate, I think. And I'm like, if I'm going to have to spend 7 hours repairing the damage or rebuilding what it blows up. we start moving it. We just have to get a roof over the habitat area, get the engines on. So I think it's already pretty well charged up. All the batteries are charged up. Yesterday, I think I designed it originally with six warfare batteries, and we changed it to 8 last night. By the time I got on this morning, all 8 were fully charged, so. And we had put, what, I think six solar panels underneath. I think it's 6, right? Yeah, so it's 4 full panels, 4 half panels. The half panel counts as half a panel. So total, there's 6 panels worth of power there. Three plates short. Story of my life. All right, so that finishes that off.
Energy low.
And then Satchel said it would be better to put a door on each side.
Inventory full.
So let's do that. Let's do that ting. How did we do this side? This was yes, the slups. The slups. We will use the slups.
Inventory full.
Give it to me, Breck.
Inventory full.
Then here we just did slope block. Like that. Let's dump all that back off, grab what we need for the door. All right, so there's our door. Once we put the gravity generator in, we'll be able to run around in here like this. So this is the what I'm going to call the habitat module. It's going to be more than the bridge. And what we're going to do at tank, we're going to doodly do is we're going to make both of these doors airlocks. Gotta go get steel plates to do that. Because I promise you, we're going to lose all the O2 out of here probably a dozen times. It's going to happen. Doors. Double door both sides. Yep, that's the plan, sir. I need a decent way to put LCDs in here. Like if you just stick a block in the middle of the floor. It kind of looks kind of crap, you know. Because I need to put the server rack that I want to use. I typically do the programmable block. I do this one. So I think I'm going to put them like that. And again, do the whole little server room thing I did before. Because if I did that, I know it blocks the view. That the whole thing's not gonna be able to be kept clear. So if I did that, right off to the side of the control station, then I could put 2 of the LCD blocks in there above it. Or I could take that out. I'd have to be a full block to do that. Well, ooey.
Energy low.
Really, I wish they had these blocks to be not as freaking thick, you know, a quarter thickness block. Yeah, I can do the transparent ones.
Meteor storm inbound.
Need energy. Meteor storms inbound. You're out of this. You're out of that. I need more foods. More food for you. Excuse me. How are the, I mean, how do the transparent LCDs, you just basically see it looks like the text floating in the air? Is that what it is? Just wondering if I just did that, not build the wall around them. The other thing I could do, I could so where's the center block at? So I could put them here. I could do the put one there, put one there. Put that in between them. Face those the opposite direction. Then it'd be more out in the center of the floor. The programmable blocks to do all the scripted shit I want to do would be there, like the little server racks. And the display would face this way, so you'd be able to, when you're in here doing other stuff, you'll be able to see the status of stuff. So maybe I'll do it that way for now, and this block is just a filler. Because I can even put cabinets or whatever on that side. So let's see what that looks like. Let's get those crafted up. Lots of stuff. Oh man, I thought I moved you. Move already. Because then in terms of functionality, this is the front of the ship. That's why it's got that little bay window up there. That's the bridge. So, oh, that's the other thing I didn't show you guys. On this side, I piped in 2 connectors. So it's all linked in. It's all there. And I put them all the way at the end, because if I do have large grid ships, I didn't want to have to squeeze them in tight together, so I separated them. So I don't know if I should do that on both sides so I can connect to either side, if that makes sense. Or if I should have a docking bay dedicated to one side and always have to dock over here. Because I'm thinking back here, I'll finish filling this in, and I'll put the refinery and the assembler back here. And we still have to figure out what to do with the large storage. I think I'm going to try and recess it halfway somehow. we have to figure out where to put storage as well. It may just sit back here in the middle. We got to figure that out because there's no use doing this if there's nothing functional on it. Don't want ships in front of thrusters, not while you're moving. Well, these are just for docking. I don't think I'm going to be towing ships around. There's no place for me to attach them. It's not going to be by a thruster. I mean, I guess if I came off the diagonal side, but it's going to mess up the... I don't know. We'll have to see how that works. But I don't think I'm going to be towing a bunch of ships around. I think there'll be... This side here is going to be a small grid ship docking, as well as I think this side. These platforms are going to be for where fighters or whatever dock. I don't think I'm going to be towing a large grid ship around with me, at least not yet. Not until this thing expands a little bit more. Because I think I'm going to go out another 2 blocks in all directions to give me more floor space eventually. And those 2 blocks I go out will be armor blocks. So the thrusters, if that happens, the thrusters will stay where they're at, but the distance that the ships are sitting will move out 2 blocks. Another 5 blocks, sure. Let's just quadruple the amount of work involved. 5 blocks is going to be a lot. But suffice it to say, it's going to get bigger. Like I said, this is just the core. This is just the shell. My plan, and I hope it works out that way, is we're going to get a refinery on here. We're going to get an assembler on here. We're probably going to build a small grid miner again. That will be a permanent resident on this ship. We'll put a cargo box on it. And we'll start putting this thing around to asteroids and actually sitting at the asteroids. Instead of making field trips to them, we'll camp out there. Farm all the resources that asteroid has to offer. Satchel said 10 blocks, yep. I was actually looking at the shape of the original Cylon fighters, and I'm like, you know what? I I know the blocks are too bulky to make it look like that, but that would be badass to get as close as you could to that. So I'm thinking about trying to do that as the whole theme of this, is getting this as inspired by the Cylon base star, and then start developing the fighter and have a couple of fighter craft on this that are as similar to that shape as I can get. All right, so we did all that. We have more parts for the stuff upstairs. It was done. That was already done. It's now done. That's done. And there. So now instead of having the screens facing the cockpit, we'd always have to run around here to see what it said. Because now on this side, we could actually, if we needed to, we could use the flat LCD panels or the transparent LCDs, but I think that looks all right for now. And it sort of separates the bridge area from the rest. Because over here, I think we're going to end up having probably a food processor. Because somewhere on here, I think I'm probably not going to put 5 algae farms because it produces way too much food. I'll probably try and squeeze 2 or 3 someplace on here. Can make the Viper most likely, but if this is a Cylon base star, why would I be doing with Vipers? All right, well, so we have a lid on this now. So this room, once these doors are closed, that's really what the purpose of this was, is to have an area that is and I think I'm gonna have to do, oh man, I don't remember who was telling me, using a timer block to every 5 seconds close the doors. So I could probably even script that, to be honest, to make the doors auto close. Because clicking on them to close them is a bitch. Because you lose the hitbox when they open. There's no hitbox in the center. So what happens is you're out here and you think you're clicking on the outer door to close it, and you accidentally open the inner door and all the O2 blows out. I've done it, I can't tell you how many times. There's a BSG mod for this game. I just found out, probably. Was Tommy, that was you? Thank you, sir. I'm probably going to lean on you to, I know you tried to explain it tonight and I was in the middle of doing something. So I'm probably going to lean on you and ask you to explain it to me so I can get it on. Satchel, it doesn't surprise me that there's a BSG mod. The thing is, you have to go look at it and see if it actually works anymore, because there's so many mods that if you go and you read them, they're like, yeah, it hasn't worked in a year. And you're like, damn it, every time you find a good one. So I think I missed the heyday of this game, you know, when everybody was doing mods and everything. All right, so we had started over here just till we put that floor in. So we could probably do that. Or it's lined up right with the edge. We do that. That's a shit ton of cargo right there. So we could do cargo back here. This is a landing pad here. Landing pad here. We could probably honestly put the refinery. This is the front of the ship. We could put the refinery and assembler here. We already have the O2 generators stacked inside. These corners where I haven't filled in the triangles yet, I mean, that's right now, that's all available space. We just have to figure out what we're going to do with it, but definitely this side and the opposite side, I'm going to turn these into docking bays, and probably 2 ships on each side, so we'll be able to carry 4 ships around with us. Maybe like a miner, like a scout ship maybe, and 2 combat ships. This is going to take an ass load of material to, because we don't have any of this connected in, so those are all 3 conveyors, right? Yeah, so this is, that's the bottom. Why do I, oh, I remember. So yeah, if I turn,
Energy low.
yeah, I get it. And if I take the same piece out on this side, it looks different. Yeah, I would have to put a T in there. Okay. Yep, let's go get that stuff, because we got to get both sides of that integrated into the conveyor system. So I might as well do that now so it's functional. We take those motors. Take those tubes. Wow, we're gonna have timer reset. Instead of 5, you might want every 2 instead of 5. I'm not exactly sure what I said that you're talking about. I'm sorry, Tom. Instead of 5, you might want... Oh, I'm sorry. There's closing the doors. It's at every 5 seconds. Close it every 2 seconds. Got it. Sorry, I just had to play catch up on what was being said. Okay, we'll roll with that for now. All right, so that's already a T, so we're going to go ahead.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
All right, so I can't pick those pieces up yet. Got too much stuff.
Inventory
Oh,
full.
come on. I know I brought a lot of shit over, but give me a break here. All right, so that's replaced with a conveyor. Conveyor tube. And we're just going to put a conveyor there because I don't know if we're going to adapt off from it anytime soon. Construction comps. How close they are together. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so we got that done. Seam ting. Once we get those in, that will pipe our conveyor system right into... Where rest of the or the storage into the conveyor system, because I think that's going to be the first task of this platform, this base. That's what I've been saying for 2 days. We're gonna put it over to asteroids. We'll be able to live off of this base and use a small grid miner right there at the asteroid. And go ahead and harvest all the resources from that asteroid that it has to offer, and then move to the next rock. And if that strategy works, if the base is supplying itself with enough energy, if it's supplying itself with enough food, then we'll start working on expanding it. And then the goal is going to be wherever the moon is, because we have the 2 jump drives. But we just start heading towards the moon. Just slowly jumping our way there. And eventually this base will be here, but we'll probably have no reason to come back to it. Oh, you know what else I forgot to put in there? We need life support on here, don't we? We sure do. We need a respawn point. Oh. I don't know what the hell it had me pick up if it didn't do anything. Now, one of the other things we can consider doing, depending on how fast this thing moves, is we still have the quote-unquote old base. It's 24K away, and sitting at that base is a full small container of hydrogen and a container of oxygen, as well as some solar panels and a battery. So we've been waiting for the opportunity to make that go away, so maybe we take this and we venture over there, and that's what we how we get rid of that base. We drain the resources.
Energy low.
And then we'll have to pipe this in. Utility ship to weld and grind. I had talked about it before. Do you guys remember the 2001: A Space Odyssey. With the AI computer that loses control of the ship, basically goes crazy and kills the crew. Do you remember in that movie, if you've seen it, the pods, the little round white pods they used? I was thinking it'd be cool to make those. And the arm on the front of it could be, on one it could be a drill, on the other one it could be a welder or a, you know, so you could make them small, and they're with small hydrogen tanks, or even if you did them with ion thrusters, because they're not made to go off and do things. It's for doing tasks around this base, around this platform. So I think I might try and do something like that, because they don't need to hold a lot of fuel or a lot of storage, just enough to do the task you're doing right at that moment. So I was thinking about trying to design that, and if I get them as close to round as I can, and if I do them with ion thrusters, then all I got to do is carry around one battery. You know, because so if it has enough battery to last for, you know, an hour before needing to be recharged, that's plenty of time. Maybe that's what we'll do. I said we need to do a small grid miner for this. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we make a pod. Because if you make the pod, then the only thing you're really doing is changing the tool on the arm. So you have one pod that's got a drill, another one it's got a welder, and the one with the welder, you could actually hack off the welder and swap it with a grinder. Or you could give it two arms and have one of them fold up with a hinge, and you only fold down the arm you're working with. You know, you could do some shit like that. You made something like that to move stuff around. But if you've seen the movie, or if you don't remember what the pod looks like, go look at it. Just look at YouTube and look at a snippet. They were just like little round craft. So I don't think that's bad as a storage area. That's a shit ton of storage. We still have room out here for something. And once we do extend it a couple blocks, that storage is going to be further back. I mean, the only thing I could do, I don't think it's worth wrapping that in even light armor to protect it. Because I could easily take off those corner blocks and bring the armor out to here and wrap it. But I mean, everything on the ship is going to be exposed. Nothing's really going to be, you know, invulnerable. It's not a combat ship. And the plan is to just have it bristling with weaponry. So anyway, we were working on getting that connected in. So I think we're going to do T there. What I'll do is, instead of how, we'll name our computer Satchel. And we'll get Satchel to record some of the audio for us. So when I'm like, open the pod bay doors, please, Satchel, he can be like, fuck off. Tell me you love me. Tell me I'm pretty. I can't do that, Cletus. That movie was ahead of its time in being frightening, man, and about with artificial intelligence, it was a pretty damn frightening movie. I think just about everybody has seen that movie, but if you have not, you need to watch that movie. For as old as it is, it's probably one of the best sci-fi movies they've ever made. Was it Kubrick? Do I got the name right? Was it Kubrick? I mean, it didn't even, there was no jump scares or anything like that. It was just like you were, the horror of it was that they were alone and there was nothing they could do. Even when they tried to lock themselves in the pod and have the conversation without Hal being there, he read their freaking lips with the camera and knew what they were planning. I still don't understand the whole ending of it, though, when I don't know if that was that supposed to be God that they found, or was it heaven, or did he die and some alien intelligence took him in and that was the way they kept him alive? I don't understand that whole sequence. It was just really weird how he aged and he was in that room by himself and he was eating, but he was an old man. So it was like some alien had him in a zoo. And they were keeping him alive and feeding him, but he was in that cell, that room, till he did die at the end, I believe. They showed him laying there dead in the bed, so he stayed there that whole time until he died of natural causes. But it was almost like it was... And in 2010, isn't that the one where they went to Europa and it said, all these worlds are yours except Europa, do not land there, I think is like the message. The monolith. You made your kids watch it to see what special effects were in 1968. Man, that movie was badass. And the chorus of just I can't do the sound of them singing, like when it was just like a female chorus. You guys know what I'm thinking. The hum, what is that called? That it was it was a choir that was doing it, that they recorded it, but it wasn't a hum. But that sound that they were doing as the background music was like, oh my God, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine sitting in the bathroom on the toilet taking a dump and you start hearing that sound? You'd be freaking out. You'd be like, oh my God, what's happening? A chamber choir? But if you started hearing that exact soundtrack as you're on the toilet, you would know this is going to be one hellacious dump, or there's an axe murderer hiding in the shower. All right, well, we got the we got the cargo boxes in. I think that looks pretty good. So I got it piped in here. This is all going to be filled in. So I left a T there because I don't know if I'm going to do anything else over here. So I needed a tie-in point. And then the same thing over here, although we haven't poked a hole in the floor yet. So here's the deal. Oh, don't lay it on its side. So if I put the refinery right there, that block has to be gone. And I really hate to build a third refinery because these things are so expensive to build. You don't want to... Is it because the... Oh, you know what? I bet it's making me put the conveyor in first because there's a hole in the floor. Then the leaves room right there for the upgrades. And then we'll tie in an assembler over here. So what do you guys think? Yay, nay? Just starting to come together. What score would you give it? On a scale from 1 to 10, the whole design, would you give it a 1 out of 10, 10 out of 10? Where in that scale would you get? Tommy thinks it's a 10. Now, you know what? We're going to go ahead and run around with materials. We'll just burn them all on this. Do we still have enough stuff? No, we don't have anything to do the conveyors. Because that's going to be the key part, man, is with this. We have the refinery. We've got the conveyor system, the connectors, and we got storage. So it's almost ready to be able to support mining operations. Even if we don't have an assembler on it yet, none of that's even important. Because to be honest, we don't even need to put a large assembler on this. We could do a basic assembler because it's not. Well, I guess not. I guess not. We're going to need to be able to repair thrusters and shit. So yeah, never mind. I stand corrected by myself. And then to tie this in is going to be pretty easy. It's just teeing it in right there. And then we have to figure out how to tee in the assembler over here. The solar panels is working out. It's working out nice. Putting it 2 blocks down, it prevents it from getting shadowed by the base. Gyros and up and down thrusters, yep, those are coming. So we got to figure out where to put those at. I think the up and down thrusters are going to go out on the edges as well. So we're not going to put them in the center mass. The gyros, we have to figure out where to put them. Because I'll probably have to make 2. I just don't know. They need to be in engineering someplace. You know what we could do? We could bury them in the bottom. We could bury them in the bottom. Because we don't need to get to them. We'll do that next. The dark spots, by the way, that's... I painted, excuse me, I painted it dark gray. Those are armor blocks. Those are the 6 hydrogen tanks. So I just wanted to note to myself where they were at. But, so if anybody's looking at that going, what the hell are those lines? That's the hydrogen tanks. And I went ahead and just put armor directly above them. I know they'll catch splash damage, but maybe that whole square eventually needs to be armored off. I just don't know how much armor to put on this thing. And again, I know that the jump drive, I don't think there's a mass limitation on the jump drive. It's the heavier you are, it just decreases your jump distance. So I don't think it matters how heavy we make it from that perspective. We'll just have to take more jumps.
Energy low.
We don't have the other jump drive working yet. We still got to get that finished, but it wasn't a priority. We have enough work to do around here locally. Enough stuff to mine up. Played this game since the beginning. It never occurred to me to paint where critical components are. I just did it for my own sanity. K-Rock, because what I would do is every time I go to make a change to the bottom, I have to grind off those blocks. And what I would do is, being a schmooze, is I'll grind down and I'll hit the tank and it would detonate, and it would detonate all 6 tanks. So I marked them so I knew where not to grind. That's honestly what I did it for. If I need to get in near and do any work near that hydrogen tank, I'll grind the blocks away here and work sideways. But yeah, I typically, when there's something like that, if I bury a tank or a battery or something, you'll never remember where it's at. So then you have to grind away a bunch of blocks looking for it. So if you do some kind of color coding, even something simple, it helps you a ton. All right, there is the refinery. And this isn't connected to this is just getting power from the base. It can't, there's no conveyor. So the hydrogen tanks, the O2, nothing's gonna fill until I actually connect something up to it. That was the other thing, right? We needed to, did I bring that stuff? No. Ooh. Or it's going to make 100 of everything for conveyors. Now, how are we doing on materials? Because I'm sitting here burning through stuff again. Went from 177,000 iron to 104. We burnt through all of our gold. That's why we aren't finishing the other jump drive yet. And I started reading how to use the jump drive, and it has scared the living shit out of me, to be honest. You cannot jump into atmosphere. The game won't allow it. But if you jump near a planet, there is, when you jump, you don't land in the exact coordinates you aim for. There's a 2-kilometer bubble around those coordinates. You'll land somewhere in that bubble. So if you were to pick coordinates directly by a planet outside of the atmosphere, outside of gravity, it's possible you could jump into gravity and the ship can't get out. And if it's not designed properly, the planet could actually tug you into the planet. Also, if you jump right next to an asteroid, and that 2K bubble overlaps the asteroid, and the asteroid has a hollow cavity in it, there have been people who have jumped and their ship spawned inside the asteroid in the hollow cavity, and then any piece of the ship that touched the asteroid voxels then detonated because it was a collision. So people have jumped capital ships and landed inside of an asteroid, and they just disintegrated. So now I'm like, what in the hell? So I guess the strategy is go out with a ship, find a comfortable spot away from everything, and use that as your jump coordinates, and then use the ion engines to putt into position. Can you imagine jumping in your capital ship? There's a big asteroid with a big enough cavity, and your ship is just inside of an asteroid, just floating there.
Meteor storm inbound.
And you forgot to bring a drill. Well, At least it's a pretty asteroid. Oh, come on. Son of a bitch. Talking so much I forgot to grab freaking still plates. And you guys are going to have to tell me. I asked this question probably a year ago at a much smaller audience at that time. But so when you watch somebody stream, do you like for them to talk a lot? Do I talk too much on my streams? You know, less talk, more game, or engagement is best. What am I trying to do? Oh. Freaking Jeff is reading Hallmark cards and his responses. You're fine just the way you are. Love, Jeff. Some folks, yeah, I can't do the whole music in the background thing. I know Space Engineers is different than other games. You have to really like this kind of game, I think, to watch this. Because it's not like watching Rust where there's battles and, you know, people are getting shot and everything and there's a lot of action. I did. Oh, I didn't grab the stuff. Give it to me, the plot. Give it to me, the extra plot. There's old as Hallmark. I'm right there with you, buddy. If I ever make it out your way, Jeff, we'll go someplace, a couple of old-timers, have a couple of drinks, tell some stories from our yonder years, and then we'll pay somebody to wheel us back to the old folks' home. Oh, smacked into the solar panel. I think I got that. Yeah, I left a T-junction here. Might have to change it, but on this side, I think we just need the T in the assembler.
Energy low.
Energy is low. Bessie is a cozy game for people with the knack. Yeah. Well, it's like I've been, when I first started streaming it, I was getting somewhere between 50 and 100 people watching it every stream. Now it's down probably 15 to 20. And maybe they were joining it thinking that there was going to be some, you know, I was going to be some big exciting streamer, and realized that's not the case. But I was shocked how many people showed up and watched it when I first started streaming it. I told Satchel, he was in disbelief. First night we were like, there's 105 people watching this, and then 2 or 3 nights later we got up to like 100, almost 150, and then just before Christmas it tapered down. All right, so we got the refinery in place. I'm not in a rush for the assembler, but I don't know. See, I say that, and I'm not prioritizing it, and you know what I'll do? I'll get someplace and I'll have a problem, and I need to craft something, and I can't. So then should I go to be compact? So should I know you have to put the upgrades on these things. So if I leave room for back and front upgrade modules, so if I put the assembler there, I can pipe it right into the side of the refinery. If I do that, it leaves all this room, all this space for activities. I'm sorry, I think that's a hilarious line. Look at all this space we have for activities. Instead of putting the assembler over here, I think I'm going to do that. Because I typically don't put the upgrade modules on the assembler. But I'll leave the back and front open. So if I put that right there, I mean, I could put it right up against it, I guess, you know. That'd be even more compact, do it like that. Maybe we do that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put it right up against it. We can always change it. Let's take all this stuff. I don't know how much of this I need, but I'm just burning the resources before I craft more stuff. Right. And man, that just about rounds out the critical equipment. We still need to get the gyros in place. We'll do that next. So if we pick 2 decent spots for gyros, we'll put one in the front, one in the back. So I don't remember. There's a conveyor there, so we can't put it there. It's going to be my only challenge. I got to find a free spot. Hey, look. Lots of room for activities. Okay, so Seam Ting. That's going to be a gyro spot. Let's get that in place. We'll close that hole up as soon as I find my way back to the base. Gyros are another thing that just freaking burns through all of your mats, man. The number of plates you need. There, we put 2 of them in. All right, so we started the gyro there. So we'll put the other one. Wait a minute, where did I? Yeah. That's closest to the inside. So right there. All right, so we'll get those in, get those upgraded, close the floor back up. Were those conveyors not connected? Which conveyors, buddy? I think I got everything connected, but which ones are you referring to? Here? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's a T junction, so it's connected. Behind the first gyro. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, they're connected. It goes through reinforced to the outside. Yeah, they're all connected. Now, if it gets hit, I can't promise you they're all gonna stay connected. If the whole bottom of this goes, if those hydrogen tanks go, it's gonna go. ahead of myself, so now I'm stuck waiting on materials. Oh, you know what we needed? Life support, right? We need a...
Energy low.
So I might actually just put a medical bay in there instead of a life support thing. Might do the medical bay. We certainly got room up in the whatchamacallit area for it. Habitat module. The build plan is empty. What? You crazy. All right, so I accidentally cleared the build plan somehow. Oh. Right, it says we got everything. But we didn't bring metal to close back up the floors. So that gyro's done. And I accidentally put them in there and colored them the wrong color. No, I didn't. That one I did. Yep, I got to go get some metal now. Some steel plates. All right, we got the gyros in. We got our refinery and our assembler in. Got our storage in. We got to work on our thrusters. Back to default colors because it's wrong button. Wrong button, man. There we go. All right, so now we know where our gyros are at. Thrusters. We said thrusters. I don't think we need, I think was it the sci-fi we were using? Warfare. So I don't think there's any need to put 4 of them, man. What do you guys think? Just for symmetry? I've got 3 in every direction. I guess for symmetry we'll use it. We'll do it. I don't think we need them, but oh, I was like, what the hell? I'm putting them on the wrong side. You know, when we land this thing on the planet. Yeah, right. I still don't. I don't know how the people who design the big ass ships, you see them in the videos, giant ships, man, and they land them on planets and pick back up to the atmosphere. I know they have all the different engine types in them, but it just seems god awful the amount of time that it would take to design that. Hopefully these things aren't like, I draw a lot of comparisons to Empyrean. In Empyrean, you can't do this because if you stand on the back side of the engine, you suffer from heat stroke. It's so hot. Because this is, I'm going to have to change it around if that's the mechanic. No, what are you doing, Cletus? So that's what we were going to be doing with our triangles. Somehow do the engines there. And then we'll do the same thing, which means we're going to have to quickly build out at least the frame on the top to match the bottom so we can put those engines up there. So it's going to be a little bit of work. God damn it. Messed up my whole... Yep, that's... I don't think... Did I do that wrong? Come on. There we go. So we need to make the top match the bottom, at least where the thrusters are going to go. We don't have to fill the whole thing in. We just have to put the framework up, weld up the framework, put the thrusters in, and then it's movable. We'll worry about filling it in over time. Right now, we're just trying to get the damn thing finished. The definition of finished is mobile. Never did that. And now we're going to chew into more of our platinum. Nope, it's gold. We're out of gold. We can't do any of it because we're out of gold.
Low.
So guess what we have to go mine up, boys and girls? Can't believe we chewed through all that gold, but I don't remember who it was. Or maybe I read it. That you were going to be shocked how much gold got consumed by the jump drive. I honestly hope we have enough gold in the area to do this. Right. Got a big old load of ice in here, or hydrogen rather. That last run we did, we got a lot of, we brought back a lot of ice. All right. Here's all of our gold signatures turned on. See iron. I know one of these we had already mined some gold out, so okay, this might be. This might be the one where we mined out the gold deposit. Okay, this is gold and iron with an asterisk. Let's turn that one off. I'm going to update that marker to just say iron. Because I think we mined that gold deposit out. That's why we're not finding it. There's gold. Yeah, where is it? On the other side? I see it. pretty deep vein, man. We got 300K. There's still a ton of it left in there, so that's a good chunk. We didn't get much stone at all, which is good. 173,000. So hopefully this finishes the thrusters and the jump drive. With 72% hydrogen, so we burnt a good amount on that run. A lot of maneuvering around, that's why.
storm inbound.
All right, there's our load of gold. A little bit of stone, but the stone's not going to do much for us. All right. That'll be the next thing we have to do once we get the thrusters done. Probably on these diagonal corners, we'll probably go ahead and mount turrets. Because I don't think I want to leave here without at least having 4 of them, 1 in each corner. And that's probably not even anywhere near enough, to be honest. What do we say? 6, right? 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God dang it, too far. No. All right, there's that corner. Hate how they keep changing it. Even though I have that rotation disabled, it keeps changing which button orientates it which way. It's a pain in the ass. All right, well, the good news is we're done with those angled pieces, so there it is. The framework for the top section. Oh. Okay, there's a spot for that thruster. Yeah, it still plays. Well, we're getting the rest of our jump drive done. Wait to see how the gold's going to hold out. Oh my God, we still got... Yeah, I think we're going to have enough. I think we're going to have enough. That was a huge vein we found. Can you guys believe the, I guess they use, what's it called? The spectrograph technology
Energy low.
on that nearest asteroid. I think it's one of the nearest ones to Earth. But they determined that the mineral composition of that asteroid, there's like enough platinum on it to make every man, woman, and child on the planet a millionaire. It's gonna be it's gonna be insanity, man. If people get into a race over mining that damn thing out, because that's what'll happen. Though, it'd be the U.S., China, Russia, whoever. Everybody competing to be the one to get there and put their flag down, and you know some country's going to claim it and say this is ours.
Energy critical.
But just playing a game like this just makes you think, man, how close we are to being able to go and do that. And all the problems it's going to cause. That one's done. That one's done now. That one's done. That one's done. Right, and now we gotta burn up the rest of it. Or did this one need? Yeah, it needs a lot. Let's get the thrusters done first, in case we run out of gold. Now you can add solar panels in the empty spaces. Solar panels in the empty spaces. Here? No, I don't want to put solar panels here because the sun's on the sides. Yeah, I think I'm going to rely on that. Pointing down, I'll keep that oriented down. Because for this to work, I'd have to actually flip this on its side and operate the base on its side. You know what I was thinking about doing is if we leave that flat, put 2 sets of hinges, like in a butterfly, and put like 4 or 6 solar panels and make it where you can have the panels laying flat when you're not using them, but when you need extra power, you could have the hinges fold up so that there's extra panels exposed, but you can lay them flat when you need to. Something like that would probably be good because they'll catch additional sunlight when you need them to. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But yeah, there's enough room in between these engines that we could maybe do something like that where you can keep them folded flat when you don't need them, but this would stay out permanent like this, but when we need extra power, we could somehow unfurl it. I don't know. There's so much you could do to this, man, because it's open on 8 sides. You can just keep adding to it. Yeah, I didn't want to make it wider because it would be... I can add to it over time. I just didn't want to sit here because I'm streaming it, you know. I would still be working on the base if it was larger. Maybe this would be Mark 1. Maybe Mark 2 will be larger. Which side is the front? Side facing the tunnel entrance. The side with the bay window. It's the bridge area. Okay, those 2 thrusters are Dunsville. Well, I'm gonna take it with me. Yeah, that's one of the ones I think I'm gonna try and redo it because I wasn't joking earlier when I said I think I'm gonna try and do like a Cylon fighter. But yeah, I think I'm gonna. Now I'm gonna have to do a whole thing where I set up a projector area to replicate ships. Replicator. So the only time I ever used a welder, I killed myself with it.
Energy low.
So we'll go ahead and probably figure out eventually. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll put a the two sides of this ship that's going to be the hangar. This is left and right. That's why I'm leaving these alone. That's going to be docking for two ships, two small grid ships. That's going to be the other hangar. I think I'm going to enclose them somehow. I don't know yet how I'm going to do it, but I might partially enclose it. And on at least one side, I'm going to put a projector so excuse me, so I can craft up ships when I need to. Yeah, I just threw this together in the morning and I was like, so it's ion thrusters. I had all the ion thrusters are basically free because it only takes one comp each. And we got that from all the little drones we killed. And then I'm like, well, I want to put two batteries. So I basically made the wings. The reason they're so bulky is there's a battery in each side. So I haven't taken it out. I haven't done anything with it, but it's got two gyros on it, so it's got two rocket launchers, two Gatling guns, and two medium storage containers. So it's not just for shooting shit. When we kill drones and stuff and there's stuff to salvage, we got cargo room to bring the salvage back. All right, that's it for thrusters, ladies and gentlemen. 4 up, 4 down, 3 in each direction. The superstructure's in place. Gatling guns or rocket launchers, you mean on the side of this? Yeah, I'm still trying to think how I want to do weapons placement. I like the idea of taking advantage of these corners Because theoretically, you could have 8 turrets around them. Huh. So I just got to figure out how to do that, because that's going to be a massive conveyor system. So I think we have the conveyor out on... Sorry, guys. I think we have the conveyor system out on every side. Got to pick up another bag of Ricola. Well, shit, some of this lined up wrong, but we can fix. Because we could... We might be able to do this up big time, man. We might be able to turn this thing into a killing machine. Ba -ba -ba. So this little triangle right here, you could put a conveyor there and a conveyor there. So you could fit 2 turrets on every corner. For a total of 8 if you wanted them. And since I already started putting this this conveyor system in place around the edges, it falls right in those spots. Right there. Right above the thruster. Or next to the thruster. And so those side pieces, those angles, so from those corners they can cover 2 sides. So let's see how it goes with the... Where's the conveyor at? I just looked at one and it was right there. Because we're gonna have to work the conveyors around a little bit. seems okay, so with those there, you're gonna have to tie in, like, see where that's at. This is a C-shaped, and it tied into that, so that just needs to be changed to a T. Wrong way. But a T nonetheless.
Energy low.
There. Am I missing tubes? So if I rework that that conveyor system so it falls along the same path all the way around, it's going to be easy to tie them all into it. So then we denote that this one's done. What are you doing? Get in there. Does that not fit in there? Oh, replacing that one with a cube. Nope, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, replace it with a cube.
Inventory full.
There, so that one is now done. So that conveyor belt ran closest to the engines. So here's my T over here, close to the engines, for me to do the same thing. K-Rex said you might want to consider ball turrets. I have no idea how to even start on those, my friend. I've seen people put them on in their designs. I'm just like having to configure rotors and hinges and everything just to get a turret to work. I mean, I guess I could. Because then you have to add custom turret controllers, and now I have to have space for that.
Meteor storm inbound.
Come on. Give it to me. Would have connect all of them together. It's what I'm doing. I'm connecting them all together in a big square. It's gonna kill me. Somehow I accidentally grabbed 100 packets of food. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so now that's piped in. And you know what?
Inventory full.
I can just do this. Just make the damn thing a junction on both sides. Just carry it all the way around. Because it's all going to line up that way. The exception is this side because of where the refinery and stuff is, but that's okay.
Energy low.
If this works out, this is going to establish like fields of fire, man. You'll theoretically be able to cover an incoming target from 1, 2, 3, 4, from 6 guns, depending on the angle it comes in at. Just on this deck alone, once you put them up here, put additional guns, anything that tries to approach it, it's going to have to basically take withering fire to try and get through. So maybe it work, maybe not, I don't know. But we will see. Okay, so that corner's done. Let's go ahead and get the first gun in production. Oh, speaking of company.
Energy critical.
Need more interior plates. So after we get the gun emplacements, at least some of them in, we're not going to put all of them in. We're just going to try and get 4 guns in place, 1 covering each corner. I think it's ready to move out at that point. think we can disconnect it. Okay, so that's laid out to get the next one in place. This thing is sucking up so much resources. That's what we're going to have to do with it when we when it finally undocks. I have to go mining with it. All right, this is going to finish off the first turret. Minus ammo. That's the other thing, is I got to create a an ammo storage box, an ammunition hold. Probably put it in engineering. Got to figure out where we can put it. It's got to be connected to the conveyor system. Maybe we'll put it in the floor. I do that in a lot of builds. As long as you can access the box to put ammo in it. So we'll have to open up the floor and find a conveyor junction. And just put a small cargo box on top of it. All right, how are we doing on ingots? Iron's still holding out. We used up all of our gold again. Oof. Really? No, we didn't. It just hasn't been moved yet. It's in the refineries. Use up everything I've got in my inventory. Just get it on there so I'm not running around with it. So when you get into space, don't forget to take a blueprint of the ship, the big one I'm working on, or you mean the... Yeah. Yeah. You guys know when you take a blueprint, can you upload them to the workshop as private so no one can pull down your blueprints, but if you start a new game, you have access to them from the workshop, or are you just screwed, and once you start a new game, you just have to make new blueprints? No, you keep your blueprints. What does that mean, Tommy? You keep your blueprints. So like if I went out to another server now, guess what I'm trying to figure out, do I need to upload them to the workshop? Or is what Tommy's saying that like if I went out to another server, my blueprints would follow me? So they'll follow you. Okay. Somehow we didn't end up with enough construction comps. I don't know how that happened, but okay. Go figure. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I mean, it's not, I don't have anything worthy of being on the workshop. I'm not, I'm not saying that. I'm just, if I put all this work into this and I go to another server and decide I want this back, do I have to build it all from scratch again? That's what I was getting at. Okay, now what I got to figure out. Is where, if anywhere, and that's what I was looking for is No, not a conveyor. What am I doing? Small box. Small box, Cletus. Right, because it's right there by that conveyor. And that's going to be our ammo magazine. I think I added the gun twice, but that's okay because we're going to build 2 of them anyways. Construction comps, computers, displays, and metal grids. Big doofus. Crap, I said display and I didn't grab the display. Stupid. On display, please. Right, I typically cover color my nope, my ammo box is green, but come on. Don't you just hate how the freaking block occupies that space?
Energy low.
I call my cheat back. Anthony, how are you, buddy? "2026, we are in the future." What? Are you saying you've invented a time machine and you're watching the stream from 2026? Some scary stuff, man. Okay, let's kill both of those. Get an updated materials list on the gun. And add to our production schedule. No, not 500 rounds. $60 assault cannon rounds. A bunch. An absolute bunch. I do the same thing for the base here. Here's the ammo store for the base. I've got 34 shells in there, and look how much space is still left. Oh, excuse me, guys. Oy, maybe I'm getting sick. Oh. Add a cube, add that. Yeah, I've got different plans for the bottom of them. No, I understand what you're saying, to put the cube here so I can put a gun here. I think I'm going to do something a little bit different on the bottom. All right. Do we have the stuff to keep them? No, we don't. We're almost at the point where we need to get a load of ice and let that thing start filling its tanks. All right. Son of a bitch. I don't like the way they do these. They make it too damn hard for you to be able to see what the hell you're doing. What? What did I mess up? Okay, so T goes there. Missed one of these. No, I didn't. Oy, 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 oy. It's a lot. We need a lot of everything. Oy. So if we went and got a load of ice with the miner, yeah, this is tied in, we would be able to unload. Oh, you know what? No, we can't unload with the miner. The miner unloads from the bottom. That's right. What the hell is that? Oh. Santa Claus left some construction comps for us. Thank you, Santa Claus. Just burning up all the resources I had on me. Don't know why I'm running around with a stack of computers, but I got them. Yeah, this guy we got to get out and test, but we got to figure out. So I put the large connector on the back. So you can offload any cargo. And I got the small connector on the front just so he can refuel and power up. So we have to figure out how we're going to do it. Because I think what I'm planning on doing is putting a connector here, small connector, so the ships can pull straight in and dock. I'll dock them with the small connector and use the large connector on the back for offloading cargo. We haven't even designed any of the docking stuff yet, except for the 2 large grid connectors we have on there. Keep leaving without a freaking stack of steel plates. It's such a waste of time and freaking hydrogen just having to run back to get shit. I just want to finish this conveyor, please. Interior plates and steel plates. Drop off our ammunitions. All right. I don't know why the guns can hold 6, but they only pull 4 rounds. But that tells us that these guys, huh? It's a 1.6, 1.4. No. Oh, they're all showing up white because we're connected to the base.
Energy low. Meteor storm inbound.
All right, there's our third side done. Let's grab what I can from inventory. All right, so that one's done. And now it's the home stretch. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to... Wait, did I make a... No, that's right. This is right. So we had done all of this.
Inventory full.
Get the assembler and the whatchamacallit connected. But we ain't going to do that. We're going to rework that. Turn that into a T. Turn that into a T again. Straight piece. Okay, so we're going to stop right there for the moment.
Inventory full.
Because we have to rework some stuff down there. Connect that in there, connect that in there. And then all we got to do is put that 90-degree turn in there, and then the entire conveyor system to support the first run of guns is in place. Then we'll have to figure out, because we're not going to be able to do anything similar up top. Not unless we run a separate conveyor system on the underside of this floor. Ooh. So we have to figure that out. Got to change all the targeting on those guns too. Got to set them to target women and children. Oh. And then some of the more mundane stuff that we're getting the rest of the guns online and everything. I'll probably work on that off stream just so we don't do a whole nother stream. Doing that stuff.
Energy low.
Noobs. Right, this needs to become a T-junction. Another T-junction. Straight piece. Straight piece. No, what did I mess up here? Is that right? Did it go all the way? No, it did. It goes all the way to the very edge. Right. Burning through the resources. Give it to me, Brick. Hell. Well, we need more metal plates, and we got to figure out why the hell we can't place blocks there. What in the hell? Wonder if I messed it up by cutting those out. Sort of like leaving the triangle pieces dangling. All right. Stuff all over the place, man. Reality got 249,000 iron, 2,000 gold. Well, we're in good shape resources wise. Mark, how are you, buddy?
Energy low.
You're late to the stream, man. We took a vote earlier on names for this ship. You weren't here, so we, there was, the question is whether or not we were going to name it after you, and you weren't here, so there wasn't anybody to vote for it. This could have been the SS Mark Kenison. All right, so we got that all hooked up. Now we just got to wire the I guess I'm voted off the space galaxy. No, we didn't vote you off the island.
Energy critical.
Now we're going to get this stuff tied back in after we broke it to redesign it. Okay, that's reconnected, and I don't remember what the hell that was. Oh, look, we got somebody left a crack pipe in space. Oh, that's the main connection. That's our main connection. It's what gets us. Well, I guess we have multiple connections. That's one of them. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. All right, but that's that reconnects the refinery. Only one spare round left. All the guns are like, give it to me, the ammunition. All right. Well, we got a lot done. We got the engines mounted on the top, superstructure built around them that needs to be filled in. Got the engines mounted on the bottom. Got the conveyor system in place. Got a turret on each corner. Redesigned some of the what have I been calling it? Not bridge. The habitation module. Ugh. So what else? Is there anything else we want to try and get done tonight? I know we need to queue up a shit ton of metal plates because I'm tired of doing that. We certainly got the iron to do it. I don't think I need 1,000 of those. So, I need to go farm up a load of ice. Turn all those off. We're going to try and take a load of ice to the Cletus Star so we can start fueling. I think I'm going to set up a small cargo box and a sorter on the mobile base just for components, sort of the same way I did inside the asteroid base. Tommy Reed. Good night, bud. Oh yeah. We're going to try and connect this to the inset connector on the mobile base. I'm assuming you can connect inset to inset. We're going to find out here now, though. I don't see a signal there. That's right, I don't have an antenna on this yet. Forgot about that. This is sketchy as hell. See the damn connector. It's locked. Okay, so you can do inset to inset. It's just you gotta get really, really close. All right. It's working. We're all filling. What a freaking maneuver. All right, well, we need food. I think that's going to wrap us up for tonight. Is everything good, Cetra? Yep, everything blew up. Huh. How is that possible? Oh, it's counting all those tanks. All right. It's counting the little tanks into the... Okay, we're good. All right. Well, Mr. Satchel, we're just getting ready to wrap up there, bud. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me this Tuesday night, I think it is. Anyway, you guys have a fantastic evening. I will see you guys next time. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Do me a favor and drop a like on it if you did. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Throw money at Satchel, preferably the silver coins. He gets upset when it's pennies. And yeah, you guys have a fantastic evening, and I will see you guys later. Bye.